Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the European Poker Masters. This is the Mystery Bounty Edition, Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's your Irish pundit, Action Man Dan, back in the booth. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening. Cards are about to be in the air. Let's see who we've got here on our lineup. Pepe G, the King's Resort reg, one to watch out for. Couple of other familiar names. Catalin Diak. And it is Valeric, who is our chip leader. Looks like there's a lot of chips in play for this one. $1 million guarantee. We smashed the prize pool yet again. The winner of this one going to take home a whopping €89,650, not including all those mystery bounties. Shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Let's go. Excited for this one. Getting things started. The small blind is 10K. The big blind is 20K with a 20K running big blind ante. That's 10, 20, 20. Average stack is close to 40 bigs. Good evening, wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Nice to have you with us. 201 players remaining in this field from what looks to be 2,609 entries. Unbelievable numbers here once again, and especially considering it's a €490 buy-in. What a massive prize pool. These remaining players are going to fight it out for. And Casper, who I think we've seen on this stream before. The name feels familiar to me, but the face is not so much. He's going to raise on the button here with the Jack 10 off suit, off just over 30 bigs to start the hand. And he will just take down the blinds and antes to kick things off. And Stellaras says, hello, guys. Thank you, mate. Guys is our first person to say hello of the evening. Welcome. Banana Man says hello also. What's up, Banana Man? We've got action here under the gun for Marius. He's all in for 150,000, which is just shy of 8 big blinds. And Catalin with the jacks is going to be all in over the top. And look at this. Wow. What an opening we have here for the start of play. Vladimir Trovanovsky with the aces is going to overcall. What a time to pick up a monster hand facing 2 all-ins. Catalin is going to be in trouble here with the Jeffries, needing help and needing help quick. The ace-5 also needing help. Look at the size of this pot, folks. 1.45 million out there. And Vladimir Trovanovsky, a very good player. There's a lot of chips to be giving him. 953 is the flop. Piece of it for Marius. The ace is still way out in front. Nine of clubs hits the turn, and the river is the nine of diamonds, and that's going to be a double elimination. What a start to play. Vladimir Trovanovsky is going to have 76 big blinds. As Yoda Code asked, what is the highest bounty value? I actually will find that out for you, Yoda. I'm not too sure. I presume if it's very similar to the mystery bounty that Poker Stars presented here only a few weeks ago. I think the highest bounty there was 20k. I think that was a similar buy-in. It was 550 if I remember correctly. The code says, yeah, I think it was 550 on that one. You were right. Parta says 100k. I don't know if there was a 100k bounty. Maybe there was. Just giving a hand and mob here to Vladimir Trovanovsky. Just a mere 8.2 million almost in total live earnings. That is a very dangerous man who now has a lot of cheddar in front of him. Getting a whopping stack of 76 bigs. He's going to open things up from the cutoff, or it looks like it's just going to be a limp. As Partla has confirmed that the biggest is 100k. And BVHT says he used to play super high rollers. Yeah, I remember him from the final table of the World Series of Poker many, many moons ago. Christoph flopping the world here with the Queen 10 of clubs, the King Jack 8 flop. That's still with the best of it. Pair of jacks, queen kicker. As you can see, basically a post flop coin flip. Now Vlad's going to bet 30k. Could easily see all the money go in here. Christoph with a monster draw. Christoph deciding to just call. Turn is the King of Hearts. I think it's okay to just call every now and again, but with sub 25 bigs, I'd be looking to get my stack in there on that flop with that much equity. Get barreled off our hand. Yes, of course we can hit, but there's two ways of looking at it. Now the board pairing. Vlad going to bet a second time. Now we're not loving our hand anymore. Just with 395 behind, 125 to call. Decent odds to see the river, but card pairing the board. He might just decide he's done with his hand. Surely too much equity to let it go here just on the turn, but it is such a big portion of our stack. Let's see what Christoph does here. I think if we just call flop, our best course of action is to just call turn. Now he's just going to have to fold on that 3 of diamonds river. Just check it over to Vlad. I think we just value jam now. Not much else to say, really. If our opponent has a king, then so be it. We could definitely get called by worse. And Christoph just lets his hand go. And another pot going to Vlad. All the way around to the button, and Christoph is going to move all in with the ace-9 off suit for 13 big blinds. Get that one through. Pull around to the cutoff here, ace-5 of clubs. Off about 25 bigs to start the hand is going to min raise. A little bit of cheese on top, and Pepe is going to call from the big blind. King's Resort reg. King Queen 6 is the flop. Pepe with the ace-4 off suit. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. This one normally going to be a chop pot. So Pepe wants to turn his hand into a bluff. Martin's going to have a tough time calling. Does let it go. Nice pickup there for Pepe. I think in general, I wouldn't be bothered turning my hand into a bluff there. There's just too many hands that are going to call us. But Pepe does get the job done, takes it down. Janet and Bird in the house. What's up, guys? How are you keeping? We get an insane amount of entries in this one for a €490 buy-in, 2,609 to be precise. If you're just tuning in, you're watching day 2 of the European Poker Masters Bounty Edition main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozhadov. Patrick raising to 50k here on the button with ace-7 offsuit. Got the ace blocker. Casper is going to see the first tree with the king-8 of clubs. Jack 6-4 is the flop. New player at the table, Samurai, sitting in with 15 bigs. Followed all the way around to the button. Button is Pepe with the jack-9 offsuit. Nice pick up here for Casper in the small blind with ace-king. Casper is just going to show from the small. Pepe looking for a count, but won't be calling. Let it go. So with 180 players remaining, folks, the current payout is €564. That means the pay jump is looming from 564 to 623. I see the Nightbot saying it's Alan the man and in the comms, but it's Action Man Dan back. Hope you enjoyed Alan's commentary last weekend. I was busy, but the Irish Open. And Valeric is going to raise the 50k here. Ace 9 off suit. Thanks for updating the chat on the Poker Room Kings there, Bird. Much appreciated. Bird says, sorry, totally late today, but was busy. The weather is just too nice outside. Can't say the same about Ireland. We've had a lot of more stormy weather. It just seems to never be ending. Lad is going to call from the small. Hope you're keeping well, Bird. And Valeric will flop top pair. We'll just get the bet through. Takes down the pot. Martin is going to raise under the gun. Ace 9 of hearts. Valeric is going to call with the deuces. Three-way action to the flop on the king, queen, 7. That is going to get checked through. Under the gun +1 and the big blind. Turn is the queen of diamonds. This one is just going to get checked down. The deuces will be happy to pick up that 150k in the pot. Fold all the way around to the button. King, queen of diamonds. Nice starting hand for Daniel here. It's going to raise to 55k. And Vlad is just going to raise to 40k in the hijack. Ace-9 offsuit. Expect to see Vlad Trovanovsky be very aggro. By a landslide, would have to be one of the best players left in this field with 173 players remaining now. And that looks like a very tight fold from the big blind with 10-9 of clubs. I think our hand is just going to be too good to not see the tree. Cards on the flop. Christoph in the cutoff here with king queen offsuit. 12 bigs. Time to go. Go stay alive, and you want to have a decent stack of these mystery bounties. If you eliminate someone, you want to secure that bounty for yourself. The more chips, the better. Does go all in for 250. And Valeric is going to call from the small blind with Jack 8 of clubs. Bit of a wild call here from Valeric, but perhaps with the bounty in play, it's not so bad. I still think it's probably a bit wild and wide here, considering it is such a large portion of his stack. Granted, he does have 36 big blinds remaining behind, but with not knowing how big the bounty is going to be, I think we just want to fold hands like Jack 8 suited here. Does flop top pair. Turn is the 6 of hearts. King or queen needed. Christoph, and it doesn't arrive. Lose another player. And Valeric will take this one down, securing himself a bounty. The comeback kid is in the chat, says lol. Nice to have you with us, comeback kid. Jimmy asks, how do they get the bounty in the end of the tournament? They go over to a screen and they hit a button. I'm not sure exactly when they will do that. They usually rack them up, and then you take all your bounties at once towards the end. I believe that's the way it was happening a couple of weeks ago. Comeback kid saying, yeah, I like what he's saying there, saying he didn't defend with the 10-9 scoop, but then calls it off with the Jack 8 suited. Doesn't really make much sense. And Valeric is going to stay active here with 9-6 of clubs in the cutoff. Three bet to 120k here from Peppa in the big blind. Looks to be very small sizing. Do see a flop of 984. Looks like he's just going to check fold. Doesn't like that one. Roderick with top pair will take it down. I think if Peppa wants to take that one down, Pre needs to make it a larger sizing, especially out of position. Carter says they can claim the bounties whenever they like during the tournament. Oh yeah, I think they can claim them whenever they want during the tournament, but if they're in a hand or they're playing at the table, they'll probably wait till the break or whatever the case may be. This is only my second time commentating on a mystery bounty tournament. We will work out the kinks. Carter says, yes, Dan. Jimmy asked what was the biggest bounty. I have heard rumours from parts there that there's €100,000, which is just incredible. Parta seems to have a decent amount of information about the mystery bounty. Were you playing this event yourself, Parta? What do you make of this one? If you were, I hope it went well. I mean, it couldn't have went too well if you're in the chat box. I hope you enjoyed all the poker nonetheless. Vlad is going to raise to 40k here under the gun with King Jack off suit. Patrick is going to call on the button with Queen 10 of diamonds. King 3 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Vlad with trips, and Patrick with a flush draw. We've got action. Carter says no, he has a friend who's still in the tour. I'm going to see bet and a call. Has already claimed 2 big bounties. Wow. Turn, giving Patrick a pair now. 210 in the pot. If I'm Vlad, I'm going to size up here. In the bet somewhere around 2/3 pot. Goes for 110. This bet is fine. I would have maybe went a bit larger, 150. Especially if Patrick has a draw and has now picked up a pair. We want to get a decent amount of value for our trips. Does bet 110 and get called. 430 in this pot now as we hit the river. The reason I say this as well, we want to make it a bigger sizing on the turn, is because we could just set up a river jam. Perhaps on this exact occasion, this is maybe a bit greedy. But with those bounties in play, that's what we want to be aiming for. So maybe over betting on the turn could be the best plan, even if we do have trips. If he was just going to go all in now, it would make more sense to bet bigger on the turn. If not, then this is totally fine, of course. I think we want to go for about 250 here if we're not going all in. 260. And it looks like 260 is the bet. Patrick wasting no time in calling. Patrick will be back down to 300k. Vlad is now going to be playing well over 2 million. Wow, what a stack he has. 2.2 million. Lolgin says that's a horrible call. Yeah. It does beat some draws that he was want his opponent to have, but I think once he's called flop and turn, decided he was going to call the river against an aggressive opponent like Vlad, could make an argument for that being a decent call, but I really felt like Vlad was strong. Easy when we can see the cards. Not so easy when you're sitting there with the bright lights, but with those blockers, having those diamonds. Yeah, very good point there. Lolgin really makes no sense. He says he even has the 2 diamond blockers. Yeah, there's just better hands to call with there, lol. Good point. €623 is the current payout. Obviously, this is a mystery bounty. The bounty is so important. Make up a massive portion of the prize pool, of course. Law asks, is there any live standings for players or some blog to follow? You can see the starter day chip counts, but we only have information about the feature table, no information about the outer table itself. And we are on a 30-minute delay, so bear that in mind. Samurai all in for 255 with ace 3 of hearts. Daniel will call with 2 blackjacks. Samurai is going to be at risk, 540k in the pot. The Jeffreys are a 3-1 favourite. Queen 10 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Samurai needing serious help here on the river. Just 3 outs or he will be eliminated. There is the 10 of clubs. Daniel wins a nice pot, eliminates a player, and is now playing 37 big blinds. Expect to see a lot of bust outs in an event like this. Everyone chasing those bounties now that they're in the money, etc. Lol says 6th spot with the jacks. Yeah, nice pick up there indeed. Dan asks, is this a live event? You are watching it all live from the Czech Republic in Rozvadov. It's the King's Resort. Casper ace deuce of hearts here, and the cutoff is going to raise it up. I think they do get some form of a bounty card. Someone's asking there. Casper will just take that one down with his ace blocker. Patrick all in for 305k. We've got action. Vlad with a monster here in the cutoff. Ace King off suit. He's just going to 3-bet to 745. Essentially committing everyone behind. Ace Jack off suit in the small, facing an open shove and a 3-bet. Gonna have to let this one go. So we do have an all-in and a call. 660k in the pot. Vlad with the ace king, Patrick with the king queen. Jack 7-5 is your flop. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Patrick needing a 5. 5 outs on the river. It doesn't arrive. He has been eliminated. The ace of hearts peels off. Vlad now playing 2.5 million. Lol asks, when do they open bounties? I think they can open them whenever they see fit. I would think at the break would be a good time. Don't be just jumping up off the table and going straight over there to hit the button. I'm sure some people do that anyway. King 10-4 is the flop here. Daniel with the jacks. Seen a lot of Jeffries popping off here tonight so far. Granted, we've only played a couple of orbits. Valeric with the ace 5 of diamonds. I think this would be a nice hand to check raise with from the big blind. Backdoor diamonds working. Backdoor straight draw. Might have the best hand now. Just decides to let it go. That's also totally fine. I think I would prefer to see him at least call though. Deep enough. A lot of good things can happen on turn and river. Casper is going to raise to 50k here. Blinds have just gone up, it looks like, to 10, 25, 25. That's 10k small blind, 25k big blind, but a 25k running big blind ante. And Richie going to check here from the big blind with ace-3 after flopping top pair. Casper is going to c-bet. Both players with a piece of it. Casper going for a small sizing of 35,000. $205 now on the pause. We see the turn is the 7 of spades. I think Casper just wants to be checking back now. Does go check, check. River is the deuce of diamonds. Richie with the best hand. I think he wants to go for some form of value. Decides to just check. Suppose that's also totally fine. Just going to be going into check call mode. Casper raises to 50k with the Jack 9 of hearts from under the gun, and his airness, ace queen off suit in the hijack, 19 bigs. And his airness is just going to rip. I think this is the only play here. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand, even if it isn't under the gun open. Is going to rip that one in, takes down a nice pot. First act, ace-5 of spades, bumps it up. Martin picking up a monster here in the hijack with kings. Just shove all in for 305. And for Vlad here for 255 more. This is close, but I feel like when we have this kind of a stack, we want to gamble, especially when the bounty is out there. If we can spike an ace, and we can see he's going to have pretty decent equity against the kings. We do an all in the call, 670 in the pot. And it is ace, 8, deuce, all hearts. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. Will be unfortunate here for Martin. He has been eliminated. Neither player with a heart in their hand. Vlad will do some more damage, playing very close to 3 million in chips now. Very unlucky there for Martin. Okay, so it appears that there is no 100k bounty out there, as aforementioned. Bird has got more info there. There's 4 20k bounties, 8 6k bounties, 16 2k bounties. Mystery bounties with a total value of 521,800, it looks like. Thank you so much for that additional information there. Bird, very helpful for the fans and indeed myself. Casper is going to complete his option here with the Jack Deuce off suit, and it looks like Vlad has checked his option with 8-5, and the flop is Queen 10-5. Casper is going to bet 35k. Vlad is just going to call. Turn is the Queen of Spades. Casper's just going to be done with his hand now the majority of the time, especially when he's no spade or diamond in his hand. Double paired board now as we hit the river. After the turn goes check, check. The board is queen 10, 5, queen 10. Casper is just going to check. And Vlad lets him win with just jack high. Mucks his hand. He's barely lost a pot at this table so far. So if he's going to lose a pot, why not that one? Small pot goes in the direction of Casper. Casper is going to raise the 50k here on the button with the fours. I think this kind of combo, or not combo, just with a pair of fours, could play better as a straight up jam. But it might be just too many blinds. Do see a lot of regs just ripping 25 on the button with these small pairs, deuces, threes, fours, and fives. Daniel will 3-bet and take that one down. With the king queen offsuit, nice pickup. Casper is going to call in the cutoff for 55k. Valeric, the initial opener. I think this is very wide with just King 4 suited. Don't try this one at home. Big blind is going to come along for the ride with the King 10 off suit. Flop is 8, 5, 3, 2 hearts. Pro players with top pair here now with 250 in the pot on the turn. This is the problem with these kind of hands. Just a 4 kicker. You don't really know where you're at. 2 diamonds out there, 2 hearts. For the big blind, I think we just want to call. Let's just call. That's not a good card. The ace of diamonds rolling off. Could make an argument there for jamming or raising with the King 10 to protect. If you can get another street from your opponent when they're bluffing, then I think calling becomes the better play. Both just going to try get the showdown, and the King 10 will take that down. Lol says he'd have jammed. Honestly, too many bad rivers. Yeah, you can make an argument for both, lol. Sometimes you just want to call there, let your opponent do the work for you. Let's see what you're saying. There's a lot of rivers that are just going to go check, check. And the Jack Deuce of clubs here on the 10, 6, 3. 2 club flop is just going to bet and take this one down. Lol says after the ace river, calling a big river bet is tough with 19 bigs left. Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you there. Just when we have a pair in our hand, we want to get the showdown. There's a lot of other times where we'll just bluff that ace, but that's not one of them. Richie going to take that one down with a bet with his 9 deuce. The ace 4 offsuit not going to open here in the hijack, and we are around to the button. Seat 8, we have Enzo with the ladies, 2 red ladies, raising to 70k. Two black aces here for Richie in the cutoff, 57 bigs. We'll have to be content with just taking down the blinds and antes. Ace Queen, gonna min raise. Richie is gonna call with fives. Vlad is gonna call, and the big flop is 7-3 deuce 2 spades. Goes check, check. Richie wants to protect his hand here. / get some value. 185 in the pot. Wants to bet around 100k. 85, something around that area. Goes for 80. Richie takes that one down with a bet. Valeric raising to 55k with the 7-5 of diamonds, and Vlad in the small blind with ace deuce suited, just decides to let it go. Vlad has been careful not to be getting too out of line. I say that now with a pinch of salt, but he knows exactly what he's doing, knows when to hold them, knows when to fold them. A lot of players with that much chips would get involved there with an ace deuce suited. It's just going to be better to fold. Lets it go. Valeric will take down the blinds down to east. Adds 60k to his stack. Apogee will raise to 55k. King Queen suited from the hijack. Ace Queen of clubs gonna rejam from the big blind, and Pepper G raising with a very strong hand here with King Queen suited, and a lot of players would call it off here, but Pepper G can sometimes just edge pass here. Such a strong hand. Don't really want to be stacking off with it, but depends on how wide you feel like the big blind is going to be rejamming here. Personally, I think this is just too good of a spot not to call it off. Even if we do have just king high, we're going to be flipping against so many hands. We're going to have good equity against a lot of the other ones. And then, of course, there are a lot of hands we dominate also. All those factors combined, I feel like this play is better as a call than a fold. But Pepe does let it go. And we can see that's a really good fold on this occasion. Update of the chip counts. Vlad, your clear runaway bride at this feature table, playing 112 bigs. Richie is the closest in second place with 66, then Valeric with 48 and Enzo with 41. Daniel and his Ernest playing 33 big blinds apiece, and then a couple of shorties. Well, I wouldn't say they're that short, but the shortest at this feature table. King 5-3. Pepper G with the jacks. Richie with the ace-10. Valeric, which again I feel like is too wide of an open, especially when we're unsuited. These hands like ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 from early position, if they're not suited, just not going to play too well. As Bird says, some really big players here. Vladimir Trovanovsky, nearly 8.2 million in live earnings. Yeah, I was saying that at the start of the stream, all right. An unbelievable player and an unbelievable chip stack right now, which is a wicked, wicked combination, as you all know. The comeback kid says Papa didn't jam jacks for 20 bigs. I actually didn't pick up on that there now. I'm not going to lie. I feel like he should have been aiming to get it in pre, and I guess that's an indication of how tight he plays in certain situations. Perhaps why we didn't see him call it off with the king-queen suited. Now that is a close spot, don't get me wrong. Lad with the queen 9 suited is going to raise it to 50k. Jack 9-6 is the flop. Valeric with the ace-8 turns to 5 of diamonds. Vlad will take that one down. Richie says, hi, Bird, and good night from the Netherlands. I'm off to bed. Thanks to the commentator. Thanks very much, Richie. Thanks for your comment. Nice one. For joining us. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Enzo raises to 55k with the 10s from under the gun. 40 bigs to start the hand. Richie says, what I believe to be "May the Force be with you." Very good. You like a bit of Star Wars. Richie calling from the big, and we've got action because Enzo with an over pair and Richie now with bottom set. What means "May the flop be with you"? Yes, of course. Turn is the 6 of spades. We could see a lot of money go in here, but it looks like the pot has been fairly controlled so far to the river. And the river bricking off here. Well, sorry, not bricking off. The opposite of a brick off. 7 of clubs. And he 5 now gives a straight. Enzo is just going to call that small bet of 90k. Debbie in the house. Asking if anyone's playing online. Not today, Debbie. Best of luck. Pepper G. 15 bigs. And raise the 70k with the ace 5 suited. Casper all in over the top here for 435 with the ace queen off suit. Pepper won't like this, won't be able to call with just ace 5 suited. Current payout, by the way, with 124 players remaining, is €696. Still a lot of players left, considering the field size was 2,609. Kings under the gun +2. For his earnest. Raises the 60k. Blinds have gone up 15, 30, 30. Down to the big blind of Casper with the King 10. He's going to call. Jack 5, 3, 2 spades is the flop. Not a 50k bet, is just going to take that one down. Guess we're not going to be hanging around. Enzo is going to 3-bet here to 175 with ace 10 off suit. Kings for the chip leader. Wow. He's been running hot so far over the first 42 hands. The monster here facing an open and a 3-bet, licking his chops. Now, in terms of what sizing he wants to go, he wants to make a sizing that looks like he would be committed to Enzo. Perhaps it's just not enough with just 40 bigs or so. He's just going to stuff it all in. It's going to be best way to play his hand to make it to look the most likely that he doesn't have a hand as strong as Kings. If he clicks it back to about 400, it's just a dead giveaway. He's just not going to be doing that with a bluff. Does decide to just shove, takes it down, and is now playing 3.14 mil and is a force to be reckoned with here at this feature table. We'll see a few talking about the big millie that's on stars. DVHD is doubled up. Nice one. Keep it going, Sonny Jim. Enzo is jack suited, raising to 60k in the hijack. Vlad on the button here, ace queen off suit. Big smile on his face, winning pot after pot. Big mischievous look about that man there. Pepper G is going to be all in with the pocket fives, and we're going to have action here, folks. Casper with the ace queen off suit in the hijack. Won't be going anywhere. It's time to go, and we're going to have a flip on our hands. It is all in and call. Four, three, deuce is the flop. Good start for Peppa G. Turn is an ace, giving him the straight. And the river coming, the three of clubs. Casper is going to be left with five bigs, and Peppa with the straight. We'll be happy with that one, playing 695 now. Then nuts asked, bounties open later or immediately when you knock out someone. So what I believe happens is you get the card and then you can use the card whenever you want. But I presume a lot of players will use it at the break or when they're not at the feature table or they're not playing a hand. Maybe they can run over. I have seen people leave their seats and go to see what bounty they are claiming. And Casper going all in for his last 165. Daniel all in for his last 755 with ace king off suit. It's all in and call. 405 in the pot. Daniel way out in the lead with his ace king. Flop is queen 6-5. Turn is the seven of clubs. Open ender now for Casper. 8 outs as he hits the river, and that's one of them. 4 of diamonds. Casper will survive and double up. He was up against it going to the river, but the 4 diamonds will save him. Daniel is going to raise to 65k. With the king queen off suit from the hijack. Vlad, the only player over 100 bigs here, of course. Richie with 55 in second place, Federer with 31. The rest further down on the leaderboard. Enzo is going to call from the big. His Ernest with the jack 10 off suit and the hijack flopping top 2. And Enzo could get in trouble here and lose a chunk of chips with top pair also with an inferior kicker. $65k is the bet. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. 295 in the pot now. Enzo checking again. And I'm just betting size that sets up a river jam here with my top two. Something around 200k. Even less. Goes for 175. Yeah, I think this is ideal. And this is going to spell disaster here for Enzo. He's going to protect his hand. Moves all in. We've got a 1.4 million chip pot on our hands. River bricks out. It's the 5 of clubs. Enzo has been eliminated. We lose another player. Nice pick up there from the hijack, playing 53 big blinds now, 1.6 mil. We're getting close to 100 players remaining now. 105. Just look at that average stack, folks. Very close to 50 big blinds. So much playability in these structures of kings. King 6 offsuit, gonna take down the blinds and antes. Product raising to 65k from the hijack. Ace queen off suit. Pepper G is going to call from the button with queen 10. Vlad going to come along with 8-7 off suit, and flop is jack 8-5-2 hearts. No flush draw for Valeric and 2 overs, betting 50k. Piece of the pie for everyone involved here. Vlad with second pair, albeit with just a 7 kicker. Pepper G with a good shot straight draw. Make it straight with a 9. He's going to call 3-way action to the turn. Turn is the ace of spades. And betting a call there on the turn. 2 calls even. River is the queen of diamonds. Top 2 now for Valeric. Good turn on river for him. And he's going to bet 200k, and Vlad will get out of the way, as does his third player in the hand. See, as they're all nattering in the chat about this melee. Best of luck, as I already said, but it's a marathon, not a sprint, and something like that. Such a massive tournament, so many entries. Ace King gonna raise from under the gun. Glad not gonna get involved from the small blind with his queen 9 suited. Daniel in the big ace 8 of clubs. Daniel is going to call from the big. Flops top pair. We could see Daniel losing a chunk of chips here. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Well, not quite, but once he's called, less than 25, including his big blind and big blind ante invested. 50k is the bet from the Ace King. Daniel is going to raise to 220k, and he's not raising to this size with 11 big blinds behind to fold. Wouldn't think so anyway. We're just going to see. He's going to hate this now. This 3-bet over the top. He can't really beat much. Once we raise, we've so much chips committed. Interested to see what you think about this one in the chat. We have seen some epic folds like this before. Wow. Puts in a chunk of chips and finds a way of getting the fold through. Again, 220 and only having less than 400 behind. Really good fold there from Daniel, but don't want to make a habit of doing that. Can only really beat a spade draw. So perhaps he played that really well, getting the information he needed there and then, raising on the flop instead of just calling down. In general, though, when we flop top pair, I would just be letting my opponent do the bluffing for me, as they're going to be repping that ace. Father raising to 65k with the aces. And Matthias. Jack 10 offsuit. Don't really like this call. Prefer if it was suited. We are going to see three-way action here. 240 in the pot. 10, 6, 5 is the flop. Open ender for the big blind. Top pair for Matthias and the over pair for Valeric. We could see a lot of action here. So bet of 85k and a call. Turn is gin for the big blind. Straight. Valeric is going to bet 150, a small sizing. under 100 players remaining now, as you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen. 99 players remaining. And the big blind just deciding you want to call or raise. And that does indeed look like a raise, raising to 400k. And the aces are just going to go all in over the top. I think this is a huge jam. Here comes the 7 of spades. Look at the size of this pot. 3 million and change. Incredible stuff for the big blind. Going to be playing. Wow, going to overtake the chip lead, it looks like. Going to overtake the chip lead at this feature table. Big moment for the 8-7 offsuit there. Turning the straight. I think I might just pot control there with the aces, considering that turn card smacks the perceived big blind's defending range, more so than our opening range. Debbie says, fishy Ireland dude. I used open 2.2 bigs and he snap shoved ace-4 suited for like 26 big blinds. Oh yeah, I guess. Best of luck, lads, if you're discussing hands there. I'm going to concentrate on what I'm doing. But I wish you all the luck in the world, whoever is getting involved. What was the fishy Ireland dude's name, just out of a matter of interest? I assure you it wasn't me. Fishy. And 9 diamonds under the gun. We will be having a break coming up in a couple of hands' time. Seems like it's been a very long, albeit entertainment central here for the opening frame. Very entertaining stuff so far. Lots of interesting hands and spots and all-ins. Loads and loads of chips at this feature table. It's just heating up. If you are just joining us, you're watching the EPM Mystery Bounty Edition Day 2 live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Average stack over 50 big, just under 100 players remaining. Current payout with 98 players remaining is €819. Debbie says they're out. I thought you had a chunk of chips. Unlucky. That's the way she goes. The way of the road. Lad raised to 60k in the hijack pocket nines. We've got action here. Kingfish in the small. Ace queen off suit. Just playing 12 bigs behind. Does move all in. We're going to see another all in and call. $7.90 in the pot. Ace 5-3 is the flop. And it's the jack of clubs. There is the 3 of hearts, and Vlad will lose a small chunk of change. Won't affect him too much. King gets a crucial double up and is now playing 26 big blinds. Pepper raised the 60k under the gun. The ace 10 off suit. Vlad making very ish fold, but he's been playing very snug. Knows exactly what he's doing. This is the last hand before the break, folks. The 9-3-2 spades hits the flop, and Pepper G is just going to bet and take this one down. We're going on a break. I will see you all in a few moments. Back in about 15 minutes total. Stay tuned for lots more action. We'll be right back.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I'll be bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60
by Volkov. Up to 165 now, the Ducklings. Losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't. Considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Najad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was.
Of Keating, he's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, you know, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 9s, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65K. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Good shot, straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now seven's full. Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
See the disbelief on Keating's face, who, to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time.
Does way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. That. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
Well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand? Well, he does have a hand.
jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere, 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs, getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, 2 flop. Safe for the 6s.
9 and 9 for Adamski needing to find some paint or running straight. Turn of no use. 1 card from Elimination.
Use that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Posting on a delay, consistent with our stream, so there will be no spoilers.
Unbelievable, this guy, Santos. He's playing almost every hand. Except that 98%. Right?
Yep.
Orpan, can you tell me how many white chips you have? I can't see that. Orpan, can you tell me how many white chips you have?
I'll count it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you. $420.
Whoa. This is Out of line. 6-5 offsuit, 420.
420.
Now, do you think this is more designed to not let Orpin into the pot or to attack Brewers Open? Could be a double.
It's a double.
Upside for him. Sizing, by the way, isn't going to clear a good chunk of what Brewer's opening with.
Yeah, and Brewer's got a reasonable hand. I think he's actually thinking about multiple.
All in?
Yeah,
Wow,
this is
just
one angle to
piles.
Kings again? Chris, be honest with me. We are Team Brewer. You don't talk with me now? Why not?
All in.
Yes, so that then you can don't make any more mistakes. You have kings, yes or no? Be a man. Yes or no? Please. No more Team Brewer, yeah? Okay, official end of Team Brewer today. Are you set? How much?
Now, Martin, see, he's doing all this. He knows he's never making the call, Randy, and this is where I think a lot of guys get annoyed because he's milking clock. He's
Team
posturing.
Brewer, set, yeah? Again, kings, yeah? In Kings Casino. Hold. No show?
No show.
You had kings? Just be honest.
King's Casino.
You had kings?
King's Casino.
I win mine. That's pretty good.
Alrighty, folks, we are back and just in time for an action-packed hand here. Peppa G all in for 560. The 3-bet coming from Matthias from the small blind. There's 365 more to call. You see that is a very solid fold there, in my opinion, from the pocket tens. Just the range going to be shriveling up significantly there, facing that kind of action. Interesting that the tens fold, and Matthias is going to call it off with the nines. 1.2 million in this pot. Ace king against nines, big flip with the blinds having just gone up 20, 40, 40. Ace 10 7 is the flop. Peppa likes that one. Not so much for the pocket nines. The tens will be sickened, but nothing they can do now. Turn is the 6 of diamonds, giving straight draw for the pocket nines. Oh, wow. What a hand, folks. Wow. Always a surprise around the corner in kings. The 9 of spades rolling off will eliminate Peppa G in 95th place. And Matthias will take that down. Now playing close to 40 big blinds. Richie raises to 85k in the cutoff. Ace 4 suited. Casper is going to shove from the big blind naturally enough here off this stack depth with his ace 10 off suit. Richie is going to call him off, of course, priced in. King, queen, deuce is the flop. Richie with the nut flush draw now. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Casper holding is a 2-1 favourite as we hit the river. River is the deuce of clubs, and Richie will be happy to split that one up. Daniel with 10 bigs under the gun. King, queen of diamonds. Ace king here in the cutoff. We're getting lots of action back to back. Matthias is going to be calling, of course, with his ace king. He will go in over the top here. 930 in this pot. King queen needing help. Ace 8-6 is the flop. And that is not good news for Daniel Beck. Turn seals the deal. The 4 of spades rolling off on the river. King of clubs. So we lose another player. There's King scooping a nice pot. Matthias pretty lucky at this feature table so far. Picking up some big hands. Yuri says, that guy is the biggest luck box I've ever seen. Played against him last summer, 2 hours. So many people, including me. What's up, Yuri? Nice to have you with us. Casper just shoved this one for 7 bigs with Queen 7 suited on the button. Problem is he has limited amount of fold equity. Especially with that bounty to take into consideration. He does shove. Spam, he says, guy doesn't even stack his chips properly. Doesn't even know what his stack size is. Whoa. Vlad will take that one down with the ace queen. Just the blinds and antes, adding 100k to his stack. And Vlad is just going to hold his 8-7 offsuit. Don't mind the graphics. And on the button. Is Zernus. Queen Jack suited. You want to bump it up? Casper, 9-8 suited, 9 bigs. Under the gun. I think we just let that one go. It is close though. I think we could shove a 10-9 suited. Want to be a bit tighter considering it's a mystery bounty. Two pair for the big blind here as we see the river, 370 in the pot. Flat face with 150k bet. Now, he does have a straight blocker. But Matthias is going to have too many good hands here from the big blind. Straights. Two pair like he has. Maybe Vlad wants to use this as a bluff. Don't think he's just going to call with his 4. So it's just going to be a fold or a call. Or a fold or a raise. But he does decide to just flick it in and call. Does beat some straight draws. I think if we're going to call there, you can make a real good argument for just raising instead. Vlad now down to third on the leaderboard. Ernest with 87 bigs is your chip leader. Matthias with 60 in second place, and Richie in fourth with 44 bigs, Kingfish with 15, and Casper is your shortest stack, but he is still playing 10 big blinds. New player at the table with a chunk of change, 93 bigs. Wow, the amount of chips in play at this feature table is incredible. Average stack well over 40 big blinds still. Jan Pass raising to 125 with King Jack off suit from early position. Zernus to the ace Jack off suit under the gun +2. Ace Jack is going to take the aggressive option here and 3-bet to 390k. Zernus get the 3-bet to 390 and Jan Pass. Welcome to the table, buddy. Will be a 6 spot to 4-bet bluff here. But they're just so deep. I don't think he really needs to be. Getting 2 out of line. Expect we will just see him fold. Perhaps he has other intentions. Does eventually let it go, and his airness. I'm just going to call him air because it's easier. Air will take it down with his ace jack off suit. And air is going to open it up here with the 10-9 of hearts. Vlad not going to be calling the 5-3. Casper is just going to get out of the way there with King Queen off suit. Giving credit to his opponent, the new player at the table, Angelo Falcone. He is going to be opening fairly wide here with 6-5 suited. Jan pass in the big blind with ace jack off suit. Ace-6-5 is the flop, and what a flop it is. Jan passed with top pair, decent kicker. Angelo flopping 2 pair. And Jan is going to make a huge jam here. Angelo is going to call him off, and we'll love to see this. 2.6 million in this pot. This is huge, folks. 2 pair here for Angelo Falcone. Just set to take a chunk of chips off Jan Past. Turn is the 8 of diamonds, and not much can save Jan Past now. 7 outs as we hit the river. River is the 10 of spades, and Angelo will love that. Now playing 2.6 mil. Jan sends a chunk of change over to his opponent's direction. Look at this for a spot for Vlad. Casper running into the aces. Absolutely nothing Casper can do here, of course. Seven three deuce is the flop. Casper all but out of here after that flop. Turn is the 8 of hearts. That seals the deal. Vlad will get some chips back. He'll be playing over 2.5 million once more. We will say goodbye to Casper in 86th place. That means 85 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €955. Yoda Code asks, does it play down to the FT or 2 to 3 tables today? I think I was told, and I've seen somewhere, it's just 12% of the field remaining. So still a long way to go yet. And Yampas raising from the cutoff here with King Jack off suit. Angelo is going to call for the additional 60k, and we will see the flop of Queen 9. And Jan, you could go for a bet or a check here. Both options are totally fine. Once he checks and the turn is the ace of clubs, I think we want to start betting out. Decides against it, doesn't need to. Thinks his king high is going to be good enough. But diamonds hits the river, and now Angelo with the best hand. He's looking about 110k, and now Jan will be forced to let it go. Interesting that Angelo's going for value there on the river. Other players would just check call. And it looks like it is that time of the night, folks. The slot jackpot getting hit and won by someone in the background. Not a bad start to your weekend, winning / new week, winning the guts of 20 grand. Usually more than 20, more less than 15, somewhere around that area. They're going to raise to 80k with the 10-9 off suit. Angelo is going to call from the small with ace-7 offsuit, and now Richie in the big ace-9 of hearts. With king 5-4 on the flop. 1 heart, 2 clubs. And Angelo checks, Richie checks, and Air is going to bet 135. Angelo does have backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Just get out of the way. And Richie does the same, and Air takes that one down. And Kingfish is just going to go all in over the top here of Jan passes open. The ace-jack suited. And for this exact sizing, I expect we will see Jan pass fold. But with those bounties in play, I think maybe he wants to call this one. Just 10 big blinds more. Yeah, I think I flick it in. Not loving it. I don't think Jan is loving it either, but he does commit the chips, and we are off to a 70-30 almost. Kingfish way out in the lead here with ace-jack against Jan passes ace-9 of spades. King 7 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. King set the double up here to 1.1 million. There is the 5 of spades, gets the job done, and Jan, losing a chunk of change since he got to this feature table, will still be playing 42 bigs. Kingfish now playing 27 big blinds. Nice chunky double up for him there with 84 players remaining. 5-15 here on the pot on the 5 Queen Ace 10 board. Matthias with top pair. And Angelo is going to continue bluffing here after betting 115 on the turn. I feel like if he wants to get his opponent to fold, he needs to be going for a much larger sizing with straight blocker. When we bet 165 here, it's just so easy for Matthias to just call him off. Getting way, way too good of odds. Update of the ship count. Air with 98 bigs. Matthias with 70. Vlad with 66. Angelo 54. Richie with 41. Yampas with 40. Shortest stack at the table is nowhere near Shorty. Still playing a very comfortable 30 big blinds. Blinds are still 20, 40, 40. Lol says the same thing I was saying. Either go pot or check. Yeah, just has to be a way larger size and doesn't have to be pot. Lol, but I think that could be a very good sizing choice. Lol says gotta love the 99% V pip from Falcone. He does love a good limp bar, Falcone. Goes for it again here with the 8-7 offsuit. Don't try this at home, folks. She calls behind the hijack with the A7 of hearts. Could have elected to bump it up, but decided not to. And calls into small with the 8-5 offsuit. And Air is going to see 3 with the Jack 9. Also offsuit. Queen 10-8 is the flop. What a flop that is for Air. Turn is the 6 of clubs. All players checking. Air's going to bet 170. River is the 5 of hearts. 540 in this pot now. I don't think Angelo will be calling really on that turn card. Too many bad rivers for his hand. Especially when we're multi-way and the big blind is leading into 3 players. Looks like he's going for a large sizing. Over betting the pot, 750. Lines are up 25, 50, 50. Richie with Queen, Jack with hearts. Gonna raise to 110. That is going to 3-bet here to 280k from the cutoff with a very pretty 9-10 suited. Air's going to get out of the way. It's going to be back to Richie. Now Richie might want to see a flop here. He did raise from ready position. With the suited prettiest hands in the deck. See what Richie wants to do here. It is 170 more for him to call. And although he is going to be out of position against such a beast, he is going to call, and we're going to see a flop 685 in the middle. Ace 7 7. Ace 7 is the flop, and Vlad is going to bet 150. Not much in it for Richie. Doesn't even have any backdoors. No hearts on the flop. Okay, he has a backdoor straight draw. I stand corrected. We're just going to have to let this one go, even though it is a very small sizing he's faced with. Just put his hand in the muck and flat will cross the 3 million threshold once more. Apocalypse is in the house. What's up, Apocalypse? Nice to see you. Nice to have you with us. Hope you're well. This is happy WrestleMania, lads and lasses. Tonight is the night. Getting hyped for the WrestleMania. Kingfish is just going to give a walk. Hope you're enjoying your WrestleMania tonight, Apocalypse, anyway. You're with a monster here, Ace King. Facing the opening, the hijack from the 5-3 of spades. Must be 3-betting this one. We're around 350, 325. This goes for 300. Apocalypse says Cody beats Roman tonight after Bloodline get taken out by Cena, Austin, Sammy, Rollins, Obama, Putin, and the Gasavoni and Fools and Horses. And we get Rock versus Austin part 4. Angelo's raising to 135 with King, 6 of spades on the button. Is 3 betting to 350 here from the big blind with ace-5 of spades, and Angelo is going to make a very loose call here. He is in position, however, and we are going to see his pot of 775. Angelo does not want to see spades. And the flop's going to go check on the ace, 7, 8. Turn is the 10 of clubs. Matthias will take that one down on the turn with a bet. Angelo will take it down with the ace-8 off suit, taking down the blinds and antes. Bear raises to 100k from under the gun with ace queen of hearts. Jan might defend this one. Against an under the gun open, I wouldn't mind just pitching this into the middle. He does decide he wants to see a flop, and he's going to call for the additional 50k. Up is 663. Turn is a 10. Jan now turning his hand to a bluff. He's going to bet 130. Might think he has the best hand sometimes, but in general, 2 flush draws out there, a couple of straight draws. He might just be trying to take it down with a small bet. River is the king of diamonds, and now Jan can rep this, but he just want to bet too small. Just have the ace of diamonds as a blocker. I don't think he bets a 3, maybe not even a 10. So this is kind of saying he's got a 6 or a flush. Let's get the job done. Jan will take that one down with the 3 bet. The ace queen off suit. Apocalypse says Stone Cold Steve Austin, obviously. Says he's playing GUKPT Edinburgh next week. And that's poker out my life for 6 months. Best of luck. Apocalypse says, good night, mate. Did I see The Rock or anything from WrestleMania Night 1? No, I haven't been watching any of this stuff. I actually had a lot going on there. I had some family things I was doing, and I wasn't around there for a few days, and I also had the Irish Open last week. So all those factors considered, Apocalypse didn't get around to watching any WrestleMania. Yeah, I'm betting 155 here on the Ace Jack 9. Expect to see Kingfish. Peel a turn card. Let's call 765. Now in the pot, stack to pot ratio is 1-1. Turn is the 8 of hearts. Yeah, I'm betting 230. Man is going to fire a second barrel, and that is strong stuff by Jan. Knowing his opponent most likely doesn't have an ace, it'd be tough for them to continue. I would find it very hard to fold the turn there. With a good shot, straight draw as well. Nice pickup for the 7-8 offsuit there. Proctor says, did the Irish Open, how did the Irish Open go for me? Main event was fantastic. Great to get a run. All my meal prep was on point. Did everything by the book. Once I bust now, can't say the same. Unbelievably fun environment and event. It says, sounds like you're still recovering, mate. Hope everything is all right. Oh yeah, I'm grand, man. Thanks. I'm still recovering. Just keeping nice and low here. Late into the night. Will be alive and wired for tomorrow, no doubt. Ace Jack 4 is the flop. Top 2 here for the Kingfish. At a 75k in a call. 350 in the pot. Turn is a spicy one. What a card. The deuce of hearts rolling off. That is a zinger and a half. Matthias with the set. Kingfish with top 2. Matthias with a bet of 150. Now, let's just see Kingfish go for it all here. Try to get paid by a heart draw or some type of ace X. And where is the rest of that pot? What the hell? Can't believe we seen the set just check back there. That was incredible. I'm speechless, guys. I don't know what to say there. Yes, there is some flushes, etc., but when we have that good of a hand, we cannot be just checking back on the river. An ace and a jack out there. Apocalypse, I think he just has to shove on the river, or at the very least make a small bet. Look who it is. I spy with my little eye. This guy is an absolute beast. King's Resort Reg, legend, Ciprian Ponescu. Chippy. Or Cheapy. At the same table as Vladimir Jovanovski, so this could provide some interesting situations. And everyone want to see the turn card here. The ace of spades on the 10-6-4 ace. Board. Flag going about 225. You will take another pot down. I think just over 3 million once again. Vlad with the open here under the gun with the ace 10 of diamonds, and Jan choosing to 3-bet him under the gun +1 with pocket fives. And that's going to get the respect from Vlad. Interesting move there from Jan. Normally would just pitch that one altogether or maybe call occasionally. The 3-bet though, getting the job done. As Apocalypse says, Richie looking especially like Xavi, taking a break from coaching Barca. And Ciprian on the button here. The ace-3 of suit. Raising into Vlad. Oh boy. Jan ends in the big blind. Jan is going to 3-bet to 350, and I reckon this is going to be the end of that. As Apocalypse says, bedtime for me, I think, to go to stay up till 5 a.m. nowadays. Do what you got to do, Apocalypse. Nice to hear from you. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Well, looks like he is going to use the blockers for a 4-bet. And I like this from Ciprian. Now, Jan faced with a decision, but against a man of Ciprian's caliber, I'd be 5-bet ripping this button against the big blind. It's just the right amount of blinds, the right stack size to do it with. Don't really want to be calling here. Don't really want to be folding here. It's just a spot where we absolutely go for it. Looks like he 5-bet it to 1.5 mil. Interesting. He put in about half his stack there. Don't think he was folding. Octave says we'll be around tomorrow, Helen, in a chat while during the WrestleMania. Take care and have fun. All right, Apocalypse. Nice one. Richie going to raise to 110 with the ace-9 of spades. Richie likes that turn card. Ace diamonds. Air deciding on whether he wants to start bluffing here with his king 8. Looks like he's piecing out chips. 295 in the pot. Looks like he's going for about 2/3 pot. That's a bit smaller. 165. Richie is going to call it. We're going to see a river. River is the 10 of hearts, and now Bear has to decide whether he wants to check or bet. 625 in the pot. He's going to bluff. He doesn't want to bluff too small. Up to 350. And for my money here, he's going to have a tough time letting this go. Looks like Richie is piecing out a call, trying to get a read off his opponent here. overall, I just feel like our hand is going to be too good. We beat bluffs, we miss straight draws, we beat straight. We beat flush draws as well. Sorry, flush draws and straight draws and random bluffs. So all those combos combined, when we have top pair, we just have to commit the chips on the river, and if we're beat, we're beat. Bill's call is correct and wins a nice pot. Vlad is going to 3-bet here to 315, facing the open, the ace-10 offsuit, under the gun post 2. And the action is on air, deciding what he wants to do here with king 10 of clubs. Facing an open and a 3-bet. Most of the time, just wants to be letting this go. Look at this sexy stuff here from Air in the small blind, deciding going to use this combo as a 4-bet. This should work. Get the initial opener out of the way. Vlad smiling at his opponent, trying to get a read. 70 players remaining now. What a move there from the king 10 suited. Really, really nice pickup. David gonna raise to 120 here with ace jack off suit. Jan is going to call with king jack off suit. Angelo is going to complete in the big with 10-3 of hearts. We're going to get three-way action for the flop. 450 in the middle. 9-6 deuce. Two spades. Now I'm going to bet 225 and probably just takes the sun down. Don't know if David's going to be continuing. Even if he has ace jack here on this board. Vlad with jacks. It's going to raise to 125. Swiss boy Basil wants to know how long are we playing tonight. We'll be playing this level and two more levels as far as I can tell. Nine, five, four, two clubs is the flop. Vlad with the overpair. We've got action because Jan has top pair. Decent kicker. Bet of 255 and a call. Over a million in this pot now as we hit the turn. Turn is the four of spades. Vlad is going to bet 550. Jan is going to waste no time in calling, picking up a spade draw. Look at the size of this pot, 2.1 million as we hit the river. River is the three of diamonds. Guess we just go for it all here. No point in beating around the bush. and does eventually move all in. Jan wanting a count, going to be tough for him to call here. Just top pair and an A kicker. And Swift Boy Basil says, quite a long one. Aye, Paul, indeed. Really tough decision here for Jan because he does beat some straight draws, does beat some flush draws. Vlad is capable of having those hands, but with just a pair of nines and an A kicker, I feel like we have to let this go. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. Just think we've a lot of better hands to call with. If our opponent's really out of line, then maybe we want to call this one, but in general, I think we just let it go. And he does do just that. Not the flop Jan was looking for with his king queen here. David, on the other hand, just a million behind, flopping well on this 8-6-4 2-diamond flop. His ace-5 of diamonds. Looking pretty. It's not going to stop Jan from betting. Jan is going to bet, and he's going to bet 155. I think we just want to protect our hand when we check here. We're going for a check jam majority of the time. Let's just raise to 350, but it's the same thing. He's committing himself. Whoa, what's going on here? We'll try this at home, folks. Jan is going to call no diamonds in his hand. No, any connection with that board whatsoever. There's a card that he might try to rep. The Ace of Hearts. It's funny because David's hand is almost too good to shove here. But because the pot is over a mil and we just have 670 behind, it's just going to go over the line, and he does do just that. Shoves for 670. Jan folds, and now David playing close to 30 bigs, and Jan knocked down to 2.2 million or so. We're playing a very healthy stack of 37 big blinds. Semi-Rex says, hi guys, hello Semi-Rex. Lines have just gone up, 30, 60, 60. Nice to have you with us, Semi-Rex. That's Vlad. Looks like he's going for the rip there with the pocket nines, not messing around. I think that's his best option, and he will take it down. And Jan raising to 135 with ace-5 offsuit, and the ace is going all in over the top for 340. And wow, look at this. Ciprian with the jacks in the big blind facing the open, and the shove is just going to rejam. That's going to get Jan out of the way. $905 in the pot. It is aces against jacks. Ciprian won't lose too much of his stack here. Just 340 with 6 bigs, unless he can hit a Jeffrey. And 4-3 is the flop, 2 clubs. Turn is the 6 of spades. There is the king of hearts, king. Now playing 15 bigs. And isn't to 120 here with king, queen of hearts, and Richie with pocket fives in the hijack. Vlad is going to call with 8-7 of diamonds in the big blind. The flop is king 8 deuce. Flop for both players. And it's going to bet 80k and we'll get called. 490 in the pot now. Turn quickly going check check, and the river doesn't change anything really, unless Vlad to turn his hand into a bluff. Play his opponent to fold a king. Although this is some next level poker, and I don't expect we'll see it on this exact occasion. Yeah, I'm betting 100k. Very milky sizing. You will get paid here though. And Vlad will call for that sizing. Hook his hand, and Jan will take that one down. Now playing over 2.5 million. As Semi-Rex says, one more pockets and he's back in the game. Vlad wants to know about the bounty. There you have it. Air is going to raise to 120 with King 9 of clubs. And Ciprian with the pocket 9s on the button. Jack 7-4 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Getting 3-way action to the flop. Ciprian just electing to call on the button. Yeah, and staying active is going to bet 120. Leading into both of his opponents. Interesting time to lead. And Air is just going to raise right here, right now. He's done some impressive stuff already tonight. He is going to find the spot here. A non-believer of Jan. And Jan will eventually let that one go. And nice pick up there for the King 9 of clubs with the back doors. Matthias is just going to call pocket trees. Angelo going to call behind with the King 10 offsuit. Now David in the hijack and the decision. 26 bigs total. David is going to raise to 250. That should be the end of that. Yeah, everyone else is putting their cards in the muck. Matthias might want to see a flop here, try flop a set. But for my money, David doesn't have enough behind to make it profitable. David will take down a nice pot, adding 270k to his stack, now playing over 30 big blinds. And David here with the pocket 10s and the flop jack 6-6. Ciprian from the hijack with the 10-8 of hearts. 870k in this pot already. Ciprian going for that quarter pot sizing. And David is going to call. Stack to pot ratio is about 1-1 now. Turn is the 4 of spades. 1.3 mil in the pot. David with 1.3 mil behind in the stack. David is going to check a second time over to Ciprian. Turn is going to go check, check, and the river is the deuce of clubs. And now does David want to put out a small blockerish type sizing / value bet? Like 300k, something around that area. Goes for 325. That's exactly what I was talking about. Nice hand there for the pocket 10s. We've got action here, folks. David is just going to call the 150 raise from Jan. David with the jacks. Angelo is going to go all in from the big blind with ace queen off suit for 855k total, just under 15 bigs. And it looks like Matthias has 4-bet all in here with pocket fives, which I don't understand. And now the action is going to be back on David Hugh. A sick enough spot for him with jacks. I think jacks is just going to be a bit too good. It's one of the biggest pots we've seen of the tournament for sure. I was not sure what way this one was going to go. Look at this size of this pot. Over 100 bigs in the middle up for grabs. Angelo with the ace queen, David with the pocket jacks, and Matthias with the pocket fives. This could have played out very differently, but it hasn't. What you see is what you get. Here we go. King 10, 8, 2 diamonds is the flop. Turn is the 10 of hearts. David looking strong for a triple up here. Monster pot with the Jeffries as we hit the river. River is the ultimate brick. The deuce of clubs. We lose Angelo. Matthias will take a severe hit, but David is now playing over 100 big blinds. What a pot that is for that man there. So much chips. As ODL AAND says, who is folding? Calls. Geez, nice run out. Really, really nice run out. Can't really ask for much more. Air picking up kings here, facing the open from David. He's going to 3-bet to 350. David is going to fold. Pronto says 5-5 is all in. Too brave here. I would agree with you in that exact spot as well. No good. It's going to be a bit too wide, even if there is huge mystery bounties to take into consideration. Jan picking up the kings here. Kings out in force tonight is going to 3-bet to 650. And he will take that one down.
He makes the right decision like me. If I bust, so you go to the...
Queen's going to go all in from the small for 495 total. And I believe David will be calling this one. Just going to be too good of an opportunity to eliminate a player and get a bounty. It is Queen 6-5 on the flop. Turn is a 3 and a river is a 5. Matthias will get the double up and now playing over 1 million chips once more, which is good for 17 big blinds. Matthias is going to just shove from the button, gets it through. We're going on a 15-minute break, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back. We've got 2 levels remaining for tonight. The Euro Poker Millions Mystery Bounty. I will see you all in a few moments.
I will see. Doesn't matter.
Nothing. In river I have nuts.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Without paying the
Bravo. You play slowly, but now you are hot. Таня. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies, as we march on here. Absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack. Not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ali Sarah saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Chance Cornuth in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-betted
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, I don't like him. You don't
Yeah, I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and king queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10 jack.
I knew that was the
GG.
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here
No more possible.
has
Only
2 casualties in short order. here at the feature.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen suit. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
Ah, he's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
4 ace. 250,000.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get a
think,
fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well,
Club. Followed by 2
here we go.
clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovski is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s,
If
9s,
up
10s.
against, yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovski, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovski to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. Nice. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
Posting on a delay, consistent with our stream, so there will be no spoilers.
Unbelievable, this guy, Santos. He's playing almost every hand. Except that 98%. Right?
Yep.
Orpen, can you tell me how many white chips you have? I can't see that. Orpen, can you tell me how many white chips you have?
I'll count it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you. $420.
Whoa. This is out of line. 6-5 offsuit, 420.
420.
Now, do you think this is more designed to not let Orpen into the pot or to attack Brewers Open? Could be a double.
It's a double.
Upside for him. Sizing, by the way, isn't going to clear a good chunk of what Brewer's opening with.
Yeah, and Brewer's got a reasonable hand. I think he's actually thinking about multiple.
All in?
Yeah,
Wow,
this is
just
one angle to
piles.
go with.
Kings again? Chris, be honest with me. We are Team Brewer. You don't talk with me now? Why not?
All in.
Yes, so that then you can don't make any more mistakes. You have kings, yes or no? Be a man. Yes or no? This. Not no more Team Brewer, yeah? Okay, official end of Team Brewer today. Are you set? How much?
Now, Martin, see, he's doing all this. He knows he's never making the call, Randy, and this is where I think a lot of guys get annoyed because he's milking clock, he's
Team
posturing.
Brewer, set, yeah? Again, kings, yeah? In Kings Casino. Hold. Show?
No show.
You had kings? Let's be honest.
King's Casino.
You had kings?
King's Casino.
I win 9. That's pretty good.
King 9. Fold.
Ina, you push me away already.
Only nuts.
A minute.
Joe back at it. This time with more chips, he leaves 600 back. Raised to $1 million, and he's run into an ace-king. And you see Emile Bisset happy to push forward 2.9 million. Suvarna with the ace-king suited, by the way. And might this be one of those situations, Randy, because if Suvarna
3-9. No, 2-9.
comes along, maybe, just maybe Joe looks at this and thinks it's a bad spot, or there's no way he's got a shot at a triple up.
The problem is that we're not in the money yet. So if we were, then he's got a lot of reason to fold, try to get a little pay jump. But he's put in like a lot of his stack, $1 million. Maybe if he made it like 600, had $1 million back, I don't... We'll see, but we know the ace-king suited definitely is performing pretty well in this spot. Because let's just say Joe raises to $1 million and folds, leaves 3 big blinds, and Bisset happens to bust out. There's still 2 from the money. It's going to be so hard for him to still creep in there with the remaining 8 if that was the case. I think he just got to flick it in and hope for the best.
Yeah, and...
It's crossing his mind as he threw out all the time banks first.
Hope is really all he's going to have here, but...
He knows he's dominated in one spot, almost certainly.
The aces all block one another. The kings are blocking one another. His jack is the cleanest of cards available. The problem is he needs to hit it. The struggle is so real for him here, Randy.
Yeah, he wish he could have like a jack 10 right now or like a pocket pair.
Sure.
Something he knows that is not dominated. There's no chance that ace jack has ever just got 2 overcards against both these hands or he's dominating one spot.
Okay, gamble.
Gamble, let's go.
1 to 30%. Oh, 30%. Yes. Lucky.
Yeah.
Flush.
Last 600,000 comes forward, so the main pot will be between 3 players. 2.6 million on the side between Santosh and Bisset.
先算放一个。
不用，就A 发勾就行。这把赢了，好起来了，510是吧？
So 7.9 million in total available to Emile and Santosh. The flop, somehow the case ace finds its way to the board, but facts remain in terms of Joe's need for a jack. Backdoor spades for Suvarna.
No pressure, but jack. No pressure.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, Suvarna picks up the nut flush draw. And you can see the stress on Bisset's face here. As currently he's chopping the whole thing with Santosh, but a spade on the end would dash his hopes. A jack would keep Joe Chuen in there. What's it going to be?
Wow.
It is a spade.
No.
Runner, spades, and we've got a double knockout here. And look at
I
Tavoris,
told you flush, you know?
very thankful.
Yes, yes, yes.
Obviously, nothing for Emil.
So, folks, just back after the break there. Matthias is going to take that one down. Just 2 more levels remaining for tonight. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 40k, big blind 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80. Richie is going to min raise to 160, and Matthias with the aces in the hijack is going to 3-bet to 325. Going for basically the minimum with 25k on top. As Stellaris asks what this is, it's the €490 day 2 of the Euro Poker Millions Mystery Bounty main event. King 9-4 is the flop, and this could spell disaster. But it doesn't. Decides to go check, check. Matthias trying to be a bit deceptive. Richie will think he's good now. He's going to go for a small sizing here of about 175. Goes for about a 150. Does go bet and call. Stack to pot ratio less than 1-1 as we hit the river. 1.15 million in the pot now. Richie just deciding what he wants to do. That 10 of diamonds does complete some 2 pairs, some straights. Wow, Matthias is just going to shove for 925 total. Now Richie with a big decision for his tournament life. Does have top pair and he blocks the straight. Matthias shoving for 925. Richie wants a count. He's only got 785 behind. It's going to be tough for him to get away from this one. Can Richie piece this one together and find a fold? Will be quite an impressive fold with top pair. Not sure what we're going to see him do here. Be leaning towards call over the fold. His opponent showing nothing but the goods, although he did have that rather big shove over the top of pocket fives just before the break. Does eventually call it off. Will get the bad news. Matthias's check back on the flop. Earning him a massive pot at this late stage. Last two levels of the night. Don't think there's much his opponent could do there, but just pay the man the way it played out. Really bizarre to see ace-8 suited folding there and Shipley and taking down the blinds and antes with just 3 deuce offsuit. Unless the graphics were incorrect there, that seems a bit tight from the big blind and a bit loose from the opener. Cabinet says that the ace-8 went all in. I thought the graphics showed that the ace-8 had folded, but that would make a lot of sense. So thank you for clearing that up, Cabinet. My apologies. Matthias 3-betting. To try get the bounty. Richie all in for 110. It's basically just essentially clicking it back to 250. David is going to call with the deuces. And Cabinet says, don't worry, it's a long day. Well, I'd say the players must be pretty tired. It is 3:15 at Kings right now, and they will have been playing for several days on end. King, King, Queen is the flop. Matthias is going to bet 150. And David is going to hang around with deuces. This one getting pricey and spicy as we hit the turn. 1.1 million in the pot. It is the Three of Hearts. David betting 80k here on the turn. And for this price, Matthias has to see a river card or maybe even raise. I think call is best. Does call. Here we go. Let's see the river. River is another king. King, king. Queen, 3, king. And David is going to love this, getting to showdown with his deuces. Richie has been eliminated. Cabinet says, and I know His Airness, you would never fold ace-8 in the big blind against the cut-off open. You know what, you're dead right. I just thought, pretty sure the graphics showed the opposite thing, so I was just saying what I saw on the screen, but of course that would make a hell of a lot more sense, especially the way things have been playing out. David raising with 5s under the gun. He's now playing over 6 mil. Ciprian is going to 3-bet to 465 from under gun +1 with the ace-jack off suit. 55 players remaining now. 11.25 is the current payout with 55 players remaining. The average stack close to 3 mil. Not too far from that 40 big blind zone. David will let that go, and Ciprian will take that one down. Now playing close to 2.2 million. 27 big blinds. Ace King for Vlad. And a very strong hand here for Ciprian. King Queen of Clubs. Three bets to 515. Cabinet says, all right, I will go to bed now. Thanks for your stream. You were doing a great job. Thanks for that. It's always a pleasure watching and listening to your commentary. Thank you so much for your comment. Really, really appreciate that. Make sure to join us tomorrow. So we will play down to a winner of this EPM Mystery Bounty Edition. First prize would be over 89,000 euro. Not forgetting about all these mystery bounties. Good Times 52 says hello from North Idaho, USA. Cheers. What's up, North Idaho? Nice to have you with us. Ernest with the jacks in raising. Vlad is going to complete in the big blind with Queen 6 of clubs. Flop is Ace 6-4. Pair for Vlad. Second pair back door flush draw. Turn is 7 of spades after it goes check check. And turn goes check check. River is the deuce of spades. New player at the table, Mihail Kavolis. Pocket sixes. Just takes down the blinds and antes. Ciprian raises to 200k, takes down the blinds and antes from the cutoff. There is the update of the chip counts. David is your chip leader at the feature now with 77 bigs. And his Ernest 58 bigs, Vlad 44, Cuba with 36, Mihail with 32, Matthias with 29. We have a couple of shorter stacks, but they're not so short. Still a lot of chips in play. Lots of stuff still happening here with 53 players remaining. All players guaranteed a minimum of €1,405 now. And Ciprian raised the 200k in the hijack with Queen 5 offsuit. He really is getting jiggy with it, raising a very wide range, even if he is from late position. Kingfish is going to stuff it on him from the big blind with ace-9. And wow, Ciprian getting carried away here, to say the least, and Vlad is going to call him off. And we've got a huge pot here, 4.5 million. Being 9-8. Great flop for the Kingfish. Ciprian is in trouble and needs help. Turn is another king. And the river. River is the Three of Hearts. We lose a very, very strong player in Ciprian Ponescu from Romania. Vlad will take the guts of that pot, but it is Kingfish. Gets himself a triple up and now finds himself playing just under 1.6 million, which is good. Just under 20 big blinds. Vlad is just going to call in the hijack here. David, the original opener with his king, queen of clubs, and Mihail with pocket tens, 30 bigs in the big blind and the decision. Queen 5-3 is the flop, and David is going to bet 150 with his top pair king kicker. Vlad with backdoor club draw. He's got a straight draw. Don't expect to be seeing him go anywhere just yet. He does call. And Mihail, who would have squeezed this one up pre. I think it's probably his best option. Decides to just call also with his very funny glasses, and the turn is the 5 of spades. I don't know if I've seen glasses as wacky as these ones before on stream. But here we go, $1 million and change in the pot. David is going to bet 425. And now Vlad mightn't fancy this one, considering it's a pair board. And this might get Mihail out of there also. David will take it down, playing a whopping stack now, getting close to 7 million. Vlad with the min. Jan with the 3-bet with pocket nines to 560. Pocket nines are going to take that one down with the 3-bet. Jan raising to 175 with the ace deuce of spades. Ooh, this could get messy. 8-8-4, 2 spades hits the flop. 470 already out there. 130 is the bet from Jan. Raise to 300k from Maddie. It looks like Jan is just going to shove. And now Matthias deciding whether he wants to call it all off here with just 6 high, albeit with a straight draw and a flush draw. And he will get away from it. So there's jacks here for Jan on the king 9-6. All clubs on the flop. Vlad with the nut flush draw. And Jan is just going to release his jacks there. The pressure from Vlad is going to be too much. We will see a flop here. David raising on the button with ace 5 off suit, flopping top here on the ace 3 deuce. Is Jan is going to lead into his opponent. Backdoor clubs working for him. Also has a straight draw. Jan is going to try get this one through on the river with a bet of 475. David is just going to call him off. A 3 of spades does complete the flush, but it pairs the board. David knows where he's at. We'll call. David's been playing very well tonight. He's now playing close to 8 million. Kingfish with the ace queen. He's going to raise to 225. Blinds have just gone up as well, folks, so I believe this is the last level of the night. 50k, 100k, 100k. We're enjoying the show. Whoever's tuning in, whoever's still with me in the booth. Maybe not in the booth, but they're in spirit. Vlad is going to 3-bet to 575 with the ace king suited. And Cryptic Gaming says, hiya. What's up, Cryptic? 1.5 mil all in the middle for Kingfish, and Vlad will snap him off. And this is be a juicy enough pot here of 3.2 million. Vlad in pole position here to eliminate another player. This time Kingfish with 50 players remaining now. Jack 6-6 is the flop. Turn is the queen. Nasty, nasty turn card for Vlad. Music to Kingfish's ear. It's not over yet. It is now. Kingfish going to take a chunk off Vladimir Trovanovsky's stack. And Kingfish is now going to be playing 32 big blinds. Can't believe his luck. Cryptic Gaming says FF14 and poker. It's a good night. So with 49 players remaining, all guaranteed €1,405. And Ernest is going to take that one down with the Queen 4 offsuit from the small blind. And I expect to see David be pretty aggro here, especially the last level of the night. He's got King Jack. Of course, he's going to be raising that one. And he will just take down the blinds and antes, which are worth 250k right now. There's an updated chip counts. David, 81 bigs. Ernest with 46 and Kingfish with 30. Same with Vlad. Hugo with 26. Mihail with 20. We've got the last two shortest stacks at this feature playing under 20 big blinds. Matthias with the ace 10 of hearts. 17 bigs under the gun. Kingfish with the aces on the button. Nice time to pick them up. Hello. Oh, this is just sick. Mihail waking up with ace king here in the small blind, facing an open and a 3-bet behind him. I think this is an unbelievable opportunity to get the last of his money in the middle. Little does he know he's up against the aces of Kingfish. Kingfish will call 4.3 million in this pot. Mihail all in that risk. Nothing he can do here with his ace king. Kingfish said to have over 5 million in chips. He's close to being out the door not so long ago. Hitting that lady luck. 9, 7, 6, 2 spades. Turns the jack of diamonds and that seals the deal. We lose another player, Mihail, in 47th place. Kingfish now playing close to 3 to 5.4 million, which is good for 54 bigs. Page on blooming of about €200 on our next elimination. Vlad is going to raise with the ace-8 offsuit, staying active. King with pocket tens, another strong hand, is going to 3-bet from the cutoff. 3-betting to 625. Three bet from Cuba to 625 with the Queen of clubs facing the open from Jan with the Jack-8 of clubs. 46 players remaining now. And he will take that one down with his 3-bet. Jack 8 eventually releasing. Ernest raising from under the gun here to 210. And did I just see pocket nines going into the muck? If so, this is far too tight of a fold. 45 players remaining now. Jan in the big with queen nine suited. Wants to be defending this one. He does call and we see a flop. There's a piece of it in it for Jan on the king 10-8. He's got backdoor spade working for him. He's got a straight draw. And Ernest is just going to bet 160. I think for this sizing, Jan wants to see a turn card. A tough cookie Jan has been all night. Let's see what happens here. 890 in the pot, just 965 back in Jan's stack. I think our majority of our decision making here would just be to check back with the ace 10 on the turn. If he thinks he can get additional value from a worse 10 or a straight draw, then why not bet again? Yeah, and he's going to go for a bluff here on the river. He's going to bet 350. And Ernest is just going to call this one off, I would imagine. He's going to be getting too good of a price. 1.24 million in the pot already. It's just 350k to call. And he does decide he's getting too good of a price. Will call. Perhaps the wrong guy to be trying to bluff there if you're Jan, but you can't blame him once the turn goes check, check. Cuba with king 9 suited is just going to let it go. I'm very surprised to see pocket 8s going into the muck from early position there off sub 15 bigs to start the hand. Surely Jan will find a move all in here for his last 6 bigs with king jack of diamonds. Current payout is €1,690 now. And king is just going to put enough to put them all in here with ace-4 suited. We're going to have another all-in and call king jack against the ace-4. 2-1 favour for the ace-4 clubs. He's been running hot the last orbit or two. Jan is going to be up against it. And ace-9-6, pretty good start there for the kingfish. Turn seals the deal, a 7 of hearts, and we lose another player. Jan in 44th place. That means 43 players remaining now. Seen a lot of coolers tonight here, folks. Mihai, new player at the table, 3-betting 550 with ace queen off suit. David, the initial opener here with ace 5 of spades. But it is Ernest with the goods here, 2 red aces, and he is going to click it here on the button. He's going to 4-bet to 1.3 mil. Mihai going to be faced with this 4-bet, 750k to call. I think it's just going to be too strong. He's going to be forced to let it go. It's going to be a nice pickup for the aces on the button in position. Although, of course, they would want more action. Takes it down, now playing 6.5 mil. And Clad asked, are we playing down to 36 players remaining tonight? I would say we have about 5 hands remaining. You heard it here first. Hope you've been enjoying the show throughout the night. We're going to be back tomorrow with a hell of a lot of action. Still 42 players remaining. King, queen for Ernest. Cuba is not going to get involved on the button there with the king jack offsuit. Now David is in the big blind, but 5-4 diamonds might want to see a flop this deep. No might about it. It's going to be too good of a hand. And it is ace-ace-5. About a 140 there from the king queen. David is going to call. We will see his turn. Turn is 7 of spades. 850 in the pot now. Expect Ernest to just give up. Does block ace queen and ace king. Perhaps he wants to fire a second barrel. Let's check it back. Where is the jack of clubs? David might want to put out a very small feeder bet here. Lockridge type sizing, but decides to just check it. I think that's his best option. And Ernest is just going to check back and feed that small pot. They're all count as important pots as we get closer and closer to bagging and tagging. We've got action. 40 players remaining now. Pocket nines. Going to min. The ladies of Cuba Spins here in the cutoff playing 28 bigs to start the hand. Three best to 735. Vlad is just going to call 10-6 deuce. I thought we might see him 4-bet rip some of the time, but I suppose the low variance route would be to, whoa, he just decides to dunk, jam all in on the 10-6 deuce, and Cuba snapping him off. This is a massive pot. 5.3 million in this one. We could be losing Vladimir Trovanovsky in 40th place unless he gets lucky. Turn is the 7 of clubs. River is a lady, and we lose the beast Vlad in 40th place. Would have liked to see him go further, see what else he had, what tricks up his sleeve he had for us, but wasn't to be. 39 players remaining now. And Matthias is going to shove from the cutoff with ace king suited. Ladislav Kellner, the original opener with jack 7 of hearts to 225. The ace king will pick that one up. I want to give a big shout out and a thanks to all the moderators and people who tuned in tonight. We are live from 2:30 Central European Time tomorrow. We're going to play down to a winner. You don't want to miss this one. Massive event. Big moment for all these players involved. Slav raising to 225 with the ace nine of hearts, and Mihai is going to call on the button of pocket fours. And Ernest now in the small blind. In general, wants to be squeezing it up here with tens, but perhaps he just wants to call, knowing how close they are towards the end of the night. And the pocket tens will take that one down. And Ladislav going to bet 265 into his opponent here. I think Mihai with the ace of hearts on the jack 7-3 2 hard flop wants to continue and see a turn. Backdoor straight draw working for him, backdoor flush draw working for him. Could have the best hand with just ace high. Turn is the 6 of clubs. 1.1 million in this pot now. And from Ladislav, that card is going to connect a lot of our range from our perceived big blind defending range, so I might just keep telling a story here and bet a second time. Bet something like a $500,000. Doesn't have to be huge. Could go a little bit bigger if you wanted. Does decide to check, and I think that's also a fine option. I just prefer, if I'm going to lead it to my opponent there, I feel like that 6 is going to be more up our wheelhouse than our opponent's. Just go check, check. River is the jack of clubs. And Ladislav now going to bet 275 on this jack of clubs that pairs the board. I feel like his story doesn't make a whole lot of sense here, because other hands that would contain a jack would just, yeah, and there you go. Mihai going to make a very good call. Like that call from Mihai, more so than the bluff from Ladislav. Had he just continued firing on turn, I think it's a lot more plausible. And this is going to be the last hand of the night, folks. Ernest is going to raise the 210 with the pocket fives, and Cuba has the jack 8 of spades. Decides to let it go. All players remaining on a bag and tag. 38 will come back tomorrow at 2:30 Central European time. I'm going to get a nice sleep for myself and be ready for an action-packed day with all the fans out there tomorrow. We're going to crown yet another champion at the King's Resort in Rosvedov, the EPM Mystery Bounty Edition. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
One has to stay there.